Hey everybody. It is 4 o'clock on Thursday, February 3rd, 2022, 2322. Hope everybody's having a beautiful, warm Thursday. You are. I think everything is working technologically speaking. I've got my microphone. It is plugged in. The light is red. I'm streaming. The light is green. It's like Christmas. Let me see what else is going on. I've got this browser. I don't think I need that open. Well, let's just see if the chat's there. Oh boy, here comes trouble. All right, we've already got chat. Fantastic. Hey, James, how are you? Okay, I can close that browser out. I didn't break everything. Did I break everything? And let's see. Okay, doing great. I posted the STL for this fella. Let me see if I get the speed down a little bit. Let's start that spinning. So I posted the STL for this file over on Patreon, which, yeah, fingers crossed, that people were able to download it and do something with it. I have plans. I'm already talking to some vendors about getting these made so that people like me who don't have a 3D printer can have them. I've ordered a resin print from a vendor, and I have seen a photograph of that, and it looks pretty awesome. Hey LJ, nice to see you. So I've seen a photograph of it. It's about 1.5 inches tall, and I'm shocked at the amount of detail that it has. So it's pretty ridiculous. All the things sticking out. It'd be terrible on one of those filament printers. You know, basically pour it out of a nozzle and you hope it dries fast enough. This the printer I used is uses a resin printer. Again, the initial right out of the printer file I saw looked particularly good. There might be some subtle things. I mean, I was so deep in the weeds, and if you're watching the stream, you know, you'll see things like the layers between the cake and some subtle lines on his face. Those things will probably fill in, but compared to some of the other miniatures I've seen, and I've looked at a lot, this has managed to keep a lot of detail. I'd much rather put in way too much and lose than put in, you know, half as much and keep that amount. I think we have a little bit further ahead. And the runes, that was another thing I was really worried about, because the runes, unlike the magical runes of the sword, which exist an arcane state, these ones are embedded into the blade. And so what I was doing by having them on both sides of the sword, I'm kind of pushing in the mold on both sides. So I wasn't sure if that was going to create a weakness inside the thing and have it fall apart. I was a little worried, but apparently it all worked out fine. So today we're going to work on Melvwyn the Magnificent. Okay, let me close out of this. Again, this was the final STL file. It's currently available. If you are a supporter on at any level, you can download that file and mess around with it. Let me see, where are we? Open. Melvwyn for Realsies 2. Last left our hero. I hadn't finished all the stars on his hat, so that was something I did. That was kind of easy to do. And I think Melvwyn was flipping everyone the bird. I think I'd only finished one finger on his hand, and so I finished the others, and crudely attacked a forearm, an upper arm, and this sleeve. And this sleeve, I've started working on the stars for just like the wizard's hat. Let me switch the matte cap. This is meant to look pretty. It's not really the best material with which to work. This kind of shows more stuff. You get to see a bit more. I get to see messing up more on this. But I have been working on adding stars and moons to the cuff. So far, so good. And the staff is there. I've just hidden it because it was getting in the way of being able to see the cuff. And the fingers are all really placeholders. These are just sort of slapped in. I think they are individual elements. I've got them roughly to the position I want them to be, but I've got to put in things like fingernails and make the knuckles a little bit, I don't know, everything's got to have a little more chunkiness and maybe taper a bit more in some places. But so far so good. And the model that I saw, the fellow who was doing the resin print, has a ruler next to it in millimeters, and I think it's 40 millimeters, which is about 1.5 inches, which seems to be about right given the size of the base of Quimp. He spills out over the shape. I'm not sure if he's a 7-foot tall figure if I compare him to other miniatures. I don't have a lot of D&D minis. I only really got back in... I had a bunch way back in the day. The kind of... I'm sure they were made of lead or radioactive material. Asbestos. I think it was like... It's like from the asbestos playset of the 1980s. I think fibromyalgia or some other toxic condition was included with every box, which was sweet. No extra charge. And I have no idea. That's I don't know ailments. I don't know anything. Anywho, they were metal figures, and if memory serves, it was a very soft metal. Like I think it was lead or pewter. I don't know. It was the kind of thing where I think if it was on your character sheet, the piece of white photocopy paper, it would leave a mark like it was like pencil lead. So very soft material. I don't think there were plastic miniatures back then, and if they were, they were awful. The good old days, yes, the good old days. Everything was by candlelight. But since I hadn't been playing in ages, but when the pandemic started, a friend of mine reached out and said, "Hey, let's play some. We'll do it over Zoom." And I thought, okay, theater of the mind. We don't need a lot of. We don't need any intermediary interface, and if there's a map, you could just put it on the screen. It was actually pretty cool in that with Zoom, it has a default knock out the background. So you'll just have your shape, and whatever's behind you, it knows if those pixels aren't changing, that's your backdrop. So you don't even need a green screen. It's pretty swanky. So what they did was they shared instead of sharing their screen, because it wouldn't have made much sense. It basically, he was a weatherman. He put the background graphic as the map of the map and the environment, and he just kind of pointed and said, okay, this is where this is, and this is where that is, and so on. Pretty amazing. And more recently, we switched over to one of those tabletop simulators where you have a top graphical, and you're moving a little token around the board. And that's fine. It's way better in terms of knowing that like a spell can go a certain distance, or that whether something's in line of sight or not. And the one we use is Foundry, which is nice. It doesn't have the most bells and whistles, but it works, and it works on I'm on a Mac, someone else is on a PC. I think someone else was working on a tablet, and it's because it's browser based. So it's all pretty cool. Anywho, so this model I think is coming along really well. I have said that the first business today is going to be to make the mustache fluffier. I'm going to bring up my reference image. What I had done is, when I was correcting the drawing, I had flopped it. So when we last left off his arm, I was focusing with the staff on the side of the figure. I ended up flipping the staff, the basic shape of the figure, flipping that all sideways. I'm currently playing around with some things such as having the robes flare out a bit more. I'm not sure what I'm doing with that yet. The idea is that I've added all the coral and magic and fun to the wizard's hair. I think the robes need some of that. And so far, as advertised, he's got a little hinder. So, and I'm happy with these folds in the back of the drapery of his robes. It's not just this straight shape. But Wizards got back, is what I'm saying. So let me tell you what, I can deactivate show. Let me put on my regular glasses. The goggles say do nothing. Staff. candle, and those two things should be closer together on my list. We'll autosave. I will drink some water. And Thursday, I hope everyone's having a great day. The reception of this week's episode of the Middle Age Webcomic was great, super awesome. So let's work on this mustache. I'm going to replace the mustache. The last time I had done this, I was still trying to figure out how do I do this, because the previous model I've done, again, I've only been using this program for a few weeks now, and I'm not a sculptor. I'm a cartoonist and just fumbling my way through this. What I had done was I had drawn the mustache on the face and extruded it out and then tried to mold it into position. It was okay. I've had more luck with the hair being a sphere that I extended out and then bent where I needed to bend it to, and then carved it with like using knife tools and things like that. So I'm going to do the same thing, but I am a digital pack rat, so I'm going to keep that original mustache and create a new object. In this case, a primitive sphere. I'm going to line it up to roughly where it's supposed to go. Look at the thing from the side so I can slide it to where it should be. Look at it from the front again, and then I'm going to extend it out sideways. I think in the drawing I might have to move his mouth down in order to make more room for that kind of fluffy. The big trouble with the other mustache, it was very Batwing, and I think it needs to be more swirly like his hair. So where are we? Streaming just to the YouTubes and the Twitches today. I'm avoiding the Facebook for the time being. I just don't think that's. I'm gonna save that for things like, hey, a Kickstarter is starting or something like that. That's mustache is way too wide at the moment. But excellent turnout. The response to these models has been fantastic. I think it's also just something new for me. I've been sharing pages of my webcomic for 5.5 years. And I get encouragement. I'm not knocking that one bit, but I think that I'm showing something different. I'm getting a different reaction. I don't want to completely change my life in the direction of whichever. Like I made the joke about how plants will bend toward the sun. I don't want to always bend in the direction of where I'm getting some there's a lovely glow in this direction. I'll rearrange my life entirely and point toward that. But I think I rotated it. I'm going to hide that. It was cute to see the staff, but let's get it out of the way. It's just gigantic. I'm going to hide the hand as well. Oh goodness, they're all separate pieces. Boop, 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 boop. I guess I spelled thumb wrong. Boop. There he is. I accidentally rotated it again. Fantastic. Let me see back. Sure, I got the width about right. That feels good. It's extending past the beard. Not quite as wide as the hair. And in the end, I'm going to add a lot of material to it, and so I can sculpt and pull away from it. I'm just trying to basically get the rough proportions right, like I did with the arms and everything else. You just basically get the rough pieces in place and then just carve away. All right, I like where it is. Increase the mesh just a little bit so I have some more facets to work with. And I'm going to use the Inflate Tool. I'm going to check the symmetry to make sure. Yep, symmetry's on, so it's going to, whatever I do on one side will affect the other side. See, his mustache is mostly straight, and then it curves up at the end. Almost like it's like a fog on the ground. It kind of lays low and then kind of wisps away. Just making the brush smaller and reducing the intensity a bit. I like the Inflate Tool a lot, just to drop extra material. You can see that it, when I say dropping extra material, it really doesn't do that. The shape is sort of limited. It can have various resolutions, and certain things you can do can increase the amount of facets on the thing, but the Inflate Tool, it's very strong. The Inflate Tool definitely stretches the mesh out. It starts making those individual facets larger instead of, you know, it's not like it's adding more facets as you do it. So I don't often work with the mesh visible, the wire visible. And again, this guy's head is going to be the size of a pencil eraser for the model, so putting in a ton of crazy detail doesn't make a ton of... Like you can see these teeth are still cylinders. I'm not sure if they're going to be visible in the final, but I may mess with them later. And there's a certain amount of pixelization you're just going to get, because once you zoom in, you know, that's all the detail there is. And if you add, you're just going to make the file unwieldy. And now I know that how much work can be involved in the post-processing of you just get the file the way you like it, and then suddenly to, you know, get it into a shape where print the thing, get rid of all the little errors. Okay, I kind of like that. It's roughly the shape I want this to be. Could be fluffier, but we'll worry about that along the way. I think it should pull back a little bit too. I think it shouldn't be like a breadstick that he's balancing on his upper lip. Okay. Another thing, a 3D print, a lot of fun playing with, trying to make this work. Okay. It also should hug the upper lip a little bit. It's growing, not just from right here, but from the whole up. So I'm going to bend it back a little bit further, but I'm going to bring the brush down, looking at it from the top. Oh, no, maybe not entirely from the top. I don't mind that the mustache kind of pokes out at the end. That was one of the things I noticed about the kind words. Some of the kind words of about the work on this was like, oh wow, that looks great, and I'm like, well, it's only because I know these characters, and I'm willing to go off model to make the model look good. Like, I rarely draw. I try to draw the kind of swoops in the hair and try to color, but if I tried to color this kind of effect in the hair of the highlights and the shadows and all that stuff, you know, I would be even slower, and you know, I don't want that. So I mean, since this is my own character, it's too early to say that I have a style with 3D modeling. Way too early. So but whatever pile of accidents become my style. Oh, wrong one. I think, you know, someone might say, "Oh, I want my character illustrated in the style of what this is," and that's not really the style of my drawing exactly. Okay. So the idea is the mustache is not going to have any peaks that come off the top. It's just going to be, and then it's going to come off the end, like almost like it's like. I don't want it to be twisted. I don't want it to be, but I think it could be a cloud type shape. I'm going to drag. Oh. No, yeah, I'm going to drag it up a little bit more. I want his nostrils to be visible, I think. I guess they are. The other day we talked about Ralph Bakshi's Lord of the Rings, where it's Boromir whose beard grows out of his nose, actually out of his nostrils, and it's really weird looking. I think as a kid I saw that and it messed up how I drew mustaches for a very long time. Like all mustaches are just out of control here. Okay, I'm going to inflate it just one more time. Just a little more material. Actually, let me lean into that mistake that was there. Let's lean into that. And now with the trim tool, which is like a big old knife, and the parts that you circle off will be deleted. And the symmetry still works, so if I take a notch out of this side, it will come out of the other side as well. So I still want to sculpt both sides to have roughly the same shape. And then when I go in, I'm going to turn off the symmetry and then draw in these lines and the ornament. I don't feel right calling some of this stuff. People call it detail when they mean ornament. Okay, I'm going to actually extend the whole thing a little bit and then bring it down. I don't mind that we don't see the upper lip at all. And now I'm just going to thicken the sides with that Inflate tool, just so as a mercy to the 3D printers out there. Oh heavens, there was one thing I was going to do. I hadn't done it. I was going to mention that I'm streaming. I had a post to Facebook and to Twitter saying, hey, come join me as I work on this thing. And it's been sitting in the browser queued up for the last 23 minutes. Mouse saving a pile of accidents. Oh yeah, yep. I mean, so much of this, I mean, we on this process, you know, going through this video or these various live streams, you saw how I came up with that chainmail texture on the Quimp figure. And, you know, I made chainmail, extruded that, didn't like it, just decided to invert the selection and pop that out to see if it worked as scales, and it did. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's... I mean, you don't get to do that. You don't get to find those things unless you're experimenting, but... Okay, nope, that's not going to work. That's okay. So that's the first pass. It's not enough. I need to make it. I need to exaggerate it. And now I'm going to follow that same curve at an angle, and that's going to shave off more. I hope. One more time. Again, I don't know what I'm doing. But I don't hate that. I keep looking up there for my reference because I'm not going to see it because it's hidden behind my drawing here. I'm going to kind of do the same thing with the bottom now. I shouldn't have the... It's a very loose pencil drawing, so it hasn't figured out everything out. So I don't want the shapes to, for instance, I don't want to mirror the top shapes and create, you know, kind of a... I don't think I do. If I love this, then you know, that's another accident. But no, I don't think I want to have, you know, link. I don't want it to look like a bunch of discs. I'm gonna have to alternate or hide the variation from the top side of the mustache to the bottom side. I'm going to angle it down low, so low, so I just see the mustache. I'm going to hide my reference too. Let's get that off the screen for a minute. Can I rotate this way that I get to look at it from below? No, there are some limits to the ability to bend this dang thing and turn the camera. I can't. At a certain point, you hit like a pivot point you can't get past. I'm just cutting these notches in so I hopefully can see it as I rotate it around the side as I carve more out. Yep, that's wrong. Okay, I'm going to smooth this. Oop. I'm going to smooth this if I hit the right button and see how things look at the moment. I don't hate that. I'm going to expand it a little bit more. And drag tool. It's back on. Keep drawing those in the wrong direction. Using the Inflate tool and gently drawing that in. Smooth some of this out. And now I'm going to try to draw on some of those harsher lines and see what happens. I still think it needs to have the points. It still needs to be the peaks and valleys of the hair and the beard. It just shouldn't have sprigs along the way, I don't think. I might change my mind about that as I move further along on this, but as with the hair and the beard, I'm going to start with the peaks and see if that works. So when you use the Crease tool, it will automatically put a crease in the thing, a dent in the thing. If you hit that sub button, which is right down there, again my art pads are in the way, I'll use my sleeve or something as a guide to hide, silhouette the pencil. That sub button that is right there, I want to highlight that, and that gives me that turns the creases into like peaks. How do I want to organically mush these together? Okay, so that's going to look all right, but I don't want it to be symmetrical. So I have to I have to do these separately. Tell you what, let's be cowards. Well, not you, just me. I shall be a coward, and Mustache 2000. Just so you know, this is futuristic. I love that things are still like, you know, 2000 in the future. We're old. And I just dropped my pencil because I'm an old man. Oh, my pancreas. And we're back. Alright, so symmetry is being turned off. And I'm going to try to make this up as I... Turn the symmetry back on for the crevice between the two. That's what mustaches have, are crevices. I think that's what any cosmetologist on here. He's a wizard. Any cosmologist watching can tell me whether I'm. Ooh, okay. Yeah, that way if it's symmetrical in the middle, and then as it goes further out, it can go a little nuts. Perfect. And by perfect, I mean... Okay, that was a crease. Accidentally. I turned off... No, I don't like it. I meant to turn off symmetry, but I turned off the subtract function, or the whatever the counter function is. Oh, and LJ, if you're still there, I did see your note. No worries. Yeah, take your time. You know, reach out when you get a chance. I'm excited to see what you were going to write about. Now, I know we don't see the back of it, but I do know that, you know, molding into the shape will be reflected on the front of the object. So, I'll tell you what, I don't mind since. Oh, I don't mind that since this is the back of the mustache, no one's going to see this, but I don't mind, because of that, I don't mind duplicating and mirroring the effect from one side to the other. And I don't have to put in all the swoops and things like that, but I do think that is reflected as you go around the object, those that are seen. I'd rather want to be evocative of that. If I can. Now we're talking. That's a wizardly mustache. I think I need to soften this curve a little bit. What I'm looking for when I'm doing this is I want to make sure that as I add new peaks that they don't erode the nearby peaks. So when I was highlighting this shape here, it was tugging on this peak here. Which I'm not really sure what that peak's doing. That peak is sort of lost. I like having things, maybe it's just because it goes under the nose. I just kind of walked away from it. You could see how almost low poly this is looking. It's very jagged. I'm going to remesh it much higher so I have a lot more to work with. And this was only the first pass of the highlight shape of the peaks. I'm gonna go probably gonna peaks twice, and then I'm gonna carve in valleys between each peak, and that will give it our nice angular shape. I don't know what I'm doing. I did have symmetry turned on again because I was on the back of it, and so that was reflected in this. I'm gonna get that out using the mush tool. These have real names. They're all up in the upper right. This is the tool, not the mush tool. But if you work on a model long enough, every tool is just the mush tool, and you use the pick on the mush pad. It's all just mush. Okay, I'm gonna smooth everything out a bit. I don't want to degrade the work, the mold, but I'm trying to just with a light brush smooth so that everything is still visible. So I can go back and I'm going to sharpen all those peaks, but I want to get rid of a lot of the jaggies because they're going to come back whether I want them to or not. Okay, so kind of have a symmetry thing happening. Oop. I'm going to dig this crease in between the two sides. That turn symmetry back on again. Trim tool. Now, if that was too much, I can still drag. I'm gonna pull the pieces together. I just want there to be a crease between the two halves of the mustache. Okay, turning symmetry back off again. Let's get the crease tool, invert it, start with the end. Make sure I'm not entirely, because I know that if I just do the reverse, my head's gonna build this thing exactly the same way on both sides. And that's who I am. This restream text below, and if on YouTube and on Twitch, you're going to see a little bit about who I am. I'm a web cartoonist. I've been working in webcomics for 24 years. First webcomic came out in 1998. It was called Astounding Space Thrills. Ask your grandparents. It was a lot of fun. It was a cheesy sci-fi story, and I grew up as a comic book fan and a comic strip fan. I liked the Peanuts stuff and the Garfields, then later the Calvin and Hobbes. But I always liked the Marvel comics, the Spider-Mans, or the Spider's Men. We treat it like Surgeons General. And so I was a comic book kid. So a lot of my initial cartooning work was done in the comic book field. Mostly as independent comics, independent cartooning, like the self-publishing movement that sprang up in the, well, it sprang up in the 80s, but by the time I was around, it was like the early 90s. And I self-published a comic series that was awful in 1994, and I started doing webcomics in 98 with Astounding Space Thrills, which ended up being a comic book series as well. I think all told there were like 13 or 14 issues. Some were published by Image Comics. There's a collection that was put together by IDW. I'm currently reprinting slowly with Kickstarters, including reprinting some of the webcomics, which had never been in print before. Alright, so I basically got our asymmetrical mustache in place. I don't hate it. I can add more detail to it, and I will. So I've softened things up a little bit, grabbing that peak. I'm going to soften on the right side of the screen, on the right side of the mustache. There's kind of a line that was created symmetrically that grew naturally out of the relationship of the scroll work on the left, but because I had the symmetry on, it was one artifact that was sort of left there, and I don't like it. It doesn't, because I was starting with the tip of I had to start with the tip of the mustache from the very outer end. I'm turning the smooth function way up. You can go well above 100% in terms of the pressure of one of these tools. So the smooth tool, I pushed all the way up. Now I'm getting the crease tool back. That shape. And give me more room. Oh. Give me more room to just have that fade out. And there's kind of more balance in all that, I think. And this is why I'm using this particular matte cap. It shows off little imperfections a lot better. This is one of the default matte caps, which basically give the model a color range. This isn't really there is a light in the environment, so there's a light source. But in terms of the color of the object, this object isn't really a color, it's just polygons, and the matte cap decides the color of those polygons on the fly based on a single map. And that color map gets applied to thing, and some colors have a greater range to allow you to see the details and see the various facets of the texture, or the texture of the facets. And so I really like this default one they have, because it highlights imperfections really well. I'm not sure why it's created kind of an eyeball shape there. I don't because I don't intend it, I'm going to get rid of it. I'm hitting that solo button. When you hit the solo button, it hides everything except your model, or this specific element of your model. And again, if you're a real 3D modeler, forgive me if I'm butchering the terms of 3D modeling. I really am an amateur. Cool. A little swoop in there. I don't hate that. doing? Okay. I'm getting caught into the... I get all quiet when I'm in these... in my head. Thinking about how ridiculous fake clay mustaches might function. Trying to apply logic to things that are illogical. So a lot of this is just trying to find a balance between the peaks so that they feel equally spaced in some way. A lot of this is kind of building a fractal or a Mandelbrot where it's kind of this, you know, you can tell if it gets close to another. Partly by the mesh will start to fall apart, but I think having a balance between the shapes really helps. I kind of like the craziness of all that. I think there's something weird going on here. I need to at the left portion of the mustache. Like I need to sort this out. A little something weird going on. Like this area does not feel well resolved. Again, all of this will be smaller than a pencil eraser. You know, but I also might make a larger print. And if I make a larger print, then all this stuff will become apparent, and I'd rather do this right now. It has to smooth out that burr. Okay. Okay, let me remesh this. This will... What the remeshing does is it takes the whole polygon, I've mentioned this before, the whole shape, the whole object, and will evenly spread the mesh around the whole thing. So even though I've done detail in some areas, there are other areas which are completely boring and nothing's happened. So, you know, it lets it grab some resources from other parts to make it usable. So I'm going to undo that and just remesh it even higher, ridiculously high, because I need those. Oh, let me undo that twice. Let's go real high. Now I'm going to use the Crease Tool as it was intended to dig in trenches into the thing. And I'm going to dig them in between these peaks I've put together. Let me see how I can do this. Have that crease lead into the other one. I don't like it. I'm going to have it arc up and connect at the north side of that swirl. As I was mentioning at the start of this, I saw a early photograph of the initial 3D print that the resin printer is making of the Quip model, and it looks great. I was afraid that a lot of detail would be lost. It's holding up pretty well. Do I know any good art jokes? No, I take art too seriously. No, I don't know. I don't know. Okay, this is almost getting there. So I'm gonna dig notch into this thing. Oh, that's too much. So I asked my Patreon supporters what characters I should do next. It seems like the Bottle Bottom, Phosphine, and the Baby Dragons. Hey Marcos, how are you? Nice to see you. That's a little uneven. Ooh. Start on the inside and go out. I don't hate that. There we go. We want them all. It's hard to choose. Yep, I get that too. And I'm trying to avoid my I think my druthers would be to start with the Baby Dragons or Phosphine. Only because I think they're the toughest for me to do right. And I'm excited about the Baby Dragons. Like I think I mentioned, it's going to help me to further understand how to draw them. It's like I'm certain that once I'm done with the model of creating the dragons, I'm going to draw them differently. I'm excited because I think I'm going to have a better understanding of how they're constructed. I'm going to just have to. I'm going to have to work out things that cartooning has allowed me to not ever have to work out. You know, I'm like, well, I could sort out the exact anatomy of the skull underneath the baby dragon's head. Is it exactly like a cat's? Is it, how different is it? How do those bat ears connect? One of the things that's changed in the shape of the cat's faces is it used to go for that little nub of a mouth, that little cartoony nub of a mouth, and the wings would shoot straight out. Because when you draw a cat, you tend to have the little mouth jaw area, and then it kind of shoots out sideways. And that kind of helps create the kind of poofiness of a cat's face. Those sideburns. So I was using the wings to kind of hint at that. But because they swoop back so far, I was losing that effect. So I started creating a secondary line and then go to the wings. I started doing that recently. But again, I'm just sort of making it up as I go. So I don't know if, you know, there's a lot I can figure out by doing the 3D model, so I'm excited about that. I try not to shy away from drawing complicated things or things that bother me, because I'm like, you know, or things that I just don't know how to draw, hands, feet, things like that, because otherwise I never would have learned any of it, because I would have spent my whole life avoiding it. You know, insert joke about motorcycles and horses and other things that people hate to draw. Autosave / drink. And James wants Waddle Bottom, the Lord of all ducks. I agree about that too. I'm interested in seeing how I can draw feathers, how I can sculpt feathers, and also have him in scale on a little miniature, because I feel like everyone's gonna be, you're paying for the disc and then the little thing on top of the disc. He has to be, I think it would have to be a complex scene where there's like that Stonehenge or something like that, or some sort of rock formation upon, you know, and Waddle Bottom's on there looking tough, something like that, or just sitting there plopped down like he's just been dropped like a bag, like a Beanie Baby, just there, maybe with a stein. I don't want to have everybody have a stein in their hand or a piece in their, so that's kind of a theme. What smooth? No, not smooth. Crease. Okay, I think this is a suitably absurd mustache. Just adding a few more lines. I didn't really do this with the other things. The lines have to connect with another crease, right? So the peaks all connect with peaks, and the creases all connect with creases. Okay, I do not hate that. It's insane. Is it too insane? Was the other mustache better because it was simpler? So that was a previous one. It kind of has a nice heavy line underneath it. I think there's something I could learn from this one though, LJ. I think maybe if I ground it in some fashion. Who knows? I will kick the can on this one just a little bit. But man, it makes put more detail into the beard. And the thing is, no, you know what? I could do this. I'm gonna stretch it just a little bit. I'm gonna leave it alone for a while. I will think on it. I will save the work. It's 5 o'clock Thursday. Hope everyone's having a beautiful day. I've been streaming for a little bit about an hour. You like the new one better, LJ? Okay, all right. Soul, you're stopping my self-doubt and insecurities, which I appreciate. We have 0 drop frames again. Just I like that. I love looking at that number now that it's not like I haven't dropped 30% of my frames. Does anybody know about a voice changing application that you can use on a Mac? That's the thing I've been trying to find. There's one for PC. There are ones for iPhone, things like that. But I was really for one on the Mac. I was looking for one. LJ writes, it will be interesting to pose the babies doing something together. It was really cute with the skull. Oh, absolutely. The skull is going to be in the figurine, for darn sure. What I do with the stream, I bought a 50-foot Ethernet cable, and I'm running it through the length of my home to my apartment, all the way from off in a corner, spare bedroom, and I run it all the way to the living room where the wire comes in from the outside. So it's yeah, but once I plugged in, I tried everything else. I tried every other service. I tried changing my router. I tried everything, and just plugging the darn thing in solved everything. And not only that, I was then able to res up the video stream, because it's like a 1080p environment, and you can stream at a lower, like at 720. And that's what I was doing. So it was downsampling everything. So my computer was working harder to process all this stuff. And that wasn't helping the microphone any. So everything got easier, and I haven't gone to 60 frames a second. I'm still doing 30. I don't think anybody needs video games rendering speeds. Okay, I think I like the mustache. I think you're right, LJ. Although I might carve some more out of some bits of it. There's like this area right here. There's like a little nub out there that I'm not entirely sure I dig. Like, for instance, I'm not sure if I'm going to keep this, but I don't know if those back shapes are fighting the shape of the thing. Like, they feel unintentional. They feel wobbly. I'm gonna work on those. I'm not sold yet. It's better. You're absolutely right. It's better. Could it be better? Betterer? Maybe. Okay. Let's work on hands. Like I said, let's not avoid the hard work. It's currently broken up into. You can tell I've not studied medicine at all, because my things are labeled like thumb stem. I don't know. There's the thumb tip, and then there's this middle thing, which I call the thumb stem. I do not know what I'm talking about. Okay, so I've mushed this whole thing together. I haven't blended the hand with the I haven't blended the fingers with the hand. But I think I like how the hand is holding the staff. I think. I'm not sure if the tips of the fingers look a little dead. They're like, I think they're feeling very talony, or like they're like rubber gloves, in that the tips of the fingers aren't bent that much. Maybe the whole hand can rotate a little bit more. autosave do its thing. I thought maybe by moving the staff as well, it would solve one of the problems. The hand is really large, but if it's any smaller, it looks weird. I think his face and hands are very big compared to the rest of his body. Okay, so let's just slide the staff and the candle forward. I hate that. Just bringing the forearm up to connect. Eventually I'm going to have to draw like the little bumps of the wrist, but not just yet. I don't need to worry about them at the moment. This wrist also has on it. I've got to do those. And I also want the wrist to have a flex to it. So like I'm gonna exaggerate. I want this to be roughly very straight, and then I want this to flare out. I think it just feels more like a hand when the knuckles flare. The whole back of the wrist has a curve to it, and that kind of helps to lead into the wrist. So I might just shave part of the wrist off. Sorry, part of the forearm off in order to get what I want. Try to drag this whole thing in the direction of that effect. I'm gonna tuck in the top of the hand and pull the base out a little bit to create that. Yeah, see that swoop right there? That's what I was going for. That's what I want. And this part of the arm, it's hard to use me as an example because I'm a monster. But I think oh wait, I don't think so like that. It's kind of key to have the outside of the arm in this position fairly straight. I'm going to smooth all this out now. But I'm glad the stream quality is noticeably better, James. I appreciate it. Okay, so from the inside, I'm going to pull that bit of the wrist out. And up. To kind of hint at that. Okay. I hate to do this. I'm going to have to tighten the grip a bit, turn off the background picture. That means I'm going to have to split. I'm going to move all these down to the bottom since I'm going to work with them. Pinky, middle finger, index finger, palm, thumb stem, which I'll rename thumb just to be less weird. So this index finger, right? Yeah, the index finger I'm going to duplicate one of them, and what I'm going to use is the trim tool to get rid of the very tip of the finger. Oh, too much. I want to have a big section of it though. I want it to be round so that I can move the piece and overlap them in a way, and that will make suturing them back together a lot easier. And now with the other finger, I'm going to select that and hide the other, and do the exact opposite. Using the gizmo tool. It's tougher to rotate the things once you've merged them and then cut them apart. All their axes change. So what you can do is you can go along the night. You basically want to face the thing along the axis that you want to. Dang it, let's do that twice. So if I want to bend it along that angle, you basically want to line up with the sections you want to rotate. And if you want to rotate on a 90 degree, line up with that and then grab not any of the semicircles, not the blue, green, or red, but the gray around them. And you can then rotate that. And then that will move the thing along that axis that you're looking at from the camera view. It's so much tougher to move things once you their local axes. Good, that's better. Now I'm going to drag these using a very small radius brush. I'm going to drag the pieces to overlap one another. Ideally with no seam showing. I mean, there's going to be a line between the two shapes, but as long as that line is kind of soft, it means that the shapes are sort of blurring into each other. You can see the hard edge of this darker piece, the highlighted edge now. I'm going to try to drag that highlighted edge into the other shape. Once I do that, again, it becomes a very soft line between the things, and when I merge them, they will be much easier to soften together. Okay, so now they're merged. Soften that knuckle. I still have to go back and add, really increase the knuckles and increase the taper of the fingers and things like that. But isn't this part fun? Okay, so view. I don't hate that. I do think like this thumb though has to connect a little further. Oops, a little further, more toward the palm, just a little bit more. Well, I'm going to connect the thumb and the palm together. I'm going to remesh it. And now try to clean up the seams. I'm going to add some actual dots on his hand, like either gouging bits out or adding little bumps to kind of hint at moles and age spots and things like that. I'm going to bring that index finger in a bit. I want to make sure that it's connecting with the staff. The 3D printer will the 3D printers out there will appreciate my work, my efforts in this regard. Unless I've ruined the connection in some other way. I'm gonna hide the candle because I haven't done a thing with that yet. Yeah, it's just there it is. Oops, too far. Hide the platform too. Easier to see things. I think I like that. I think that nails it. It's very funny. The question I got most often on Instagram was, how long does it take you to do one of these models? And I'm like, well, probably about 20 hours. But I probably spend like 5 hours on the hands. You know, if I'm not, you know, or if I'm drawing the mustache 6 times. But this hand is going to be really in your face. It's going to be, you know, so obvious. There's no way to hide it. I can't, like the other hand is going to be behind like a flagon, you know, a stein of some kind. So I don't, that's a lot easier. I don't have as much worries about that. And in the previous model of Sir Quim, his hand in one case was kind of a fist where he's holding the sword. Now it was important that it connected properly. I wasn't sure if the people who make the model were going to make the hand and the sword separate pieces, so I had this idea that it was sort of like a action figure where you need to have the grip available so you can put the weapon inside. The other hand took a lot more time just to get the pinky sticking out right. It's still got these little weird vertice things, like that mess. I can't fight that math. And that was even after, I think this is the final STL, I think that was even after Mesh Mix went through and cleaned up all the bad geometry. So that might just be part of the process. It's not that stuff wasn't visible in the original model, not until I turn it to an STL and remesh the dang thing. Okay, so here we are. We've got the hand. I'm going to clean that hand up. I feel like it's a good grip. I do think that the tips of the fingers need to just come in a little bit, or I need to just drag the knuckles out just a touch to create more of a tapering effect, because I just don't like how those end pieces are locked straight, and it's like blech, I say. I might be able to get away with just thickening the knuckles to create the effect. Hey, Jim, I like the cool cat icon. That's something I'm supposed to be able to do once this channel ever makes it to what is Twitter? What does Twitch call it? Well, if you call Twitch Twitter at all, they lose 8 quatlus or whatever their ridiculous currency or algorithmic juice is called. But I think once at the affiliate level, I'll have the ability to create icons for people. Like if you subscribe to the channel, that you get a special icon or something. That would be fun. Definitely make a waddle bottom icon for the truly worthy. Feathers be upon him. We're saving. Add a little more clay around these ridiculously knobby knuckles. I can make this thumb look. I can make this thumb look good. I swear I can. So, of course, currently it's ridiculous. It doesn't look good at all. So I'm going to use the clay tool to build up the knuckle. The idea is it should have much more of a taper than a flat end. From the side, I'm going to grab the drag tool. I'm going to bring in the top a bit. That gives it that kind of, again, this is a glove. Like, I really would love to put in fingernails and things like that, but he's wearing a glove. So I might put some folds in. Oh no, I'm sorry, I take it back. He's not wearing a glove. This isn't Quimp. This is Melvwyn. I got to draw fingernails. That's awesome. I am excited. I get to look at my own incredibly old hands as a guide. I don't know. I think it is, David. I'm a cartoonist. I get to draw motorcycles. This is gonna be great. Man, I love drawing motorcycles and fingernails and hands. Cows. You draw every feather. Draw this with a crease, I think. Oh, that's what I'll do. I'll use the clay and subtract. So I'll start with the crease. I'm just going to pull out. Now, I have not... I don't know what I'm doing, as we've established. Horses on bikes. That'd be amazing. Like the best thing. was, I forget who it was. It was like a comics interview magazine in the 80s, and it was, I think it was a Gil Kane interview, or like a Pat Boyette interview, and they were interviewing something, and it was just the section of the interview where they say, okay, here are the work with, what did you think of them? And it said, I wish I could remember who was specifically talking about, like Mike Sikowski. I liked his shrubbery concepts. That stuck out at me as like a, sure, the shrubbery concepts. I should look at how do people do this? How do sculptors sculpt? Oh, that's the wrong tool. That's a trim tool. Undo. David, you're mentioning the differences between working traditionally and working with these tools. I just think part of it is the infinite malleability of this stuff. You know, if you're dealing with a real thing, you know, at some point it's just going to dry or crumble, or you just can't work it indefinitely, I don't think. Whereas this thing is, you know, the reaction online has been very kind to the pieces I've shared, but you know, they haven't sat through the stream watching all the versions I'm not sharing. But I did get them. That was Gil Kane in Alter Ego. Oh my, John Severin, Terry. Woo. That is that is a great pull. Unbelievable, Terry. That's fantastic. It's always Gil Kane, but he talking about John Severin. He liked the shrubbery because I'm glad that stuck out with somebody else. Because that was I thought the weirdest comment. Oh, that's beautiful. Okay, how do I gotta stop the Russian spam Python code, whatever that is. Block user on YouTube. And add to block list and restream. You're taking a digital sculpting like a pro. Oh, David, I think I will. We'll try to stop in for the. And is that a Twitch stream or is that something else? I know you do a Discord as well. David, for the 5 of you on Earth who don't know who David is, David is the creator of the series Mouse Guard, the fantastic series Mouse Guard. I should have prefaced. And he has a stream on Twitch, which was a big inspiration for me being on Twitch. It's definitely partly his fault. And the first Friday of every month, he has a drawing party where they draw fantastical portmanteaus of animals. Let's say weird combinations of creatures. And they've got one going tomorrow night here on Twitch on his channel. And they use Discord to share the work, but they'll be on Twitch. So get on Twitch, check David out tomorrow night. I will definitely try to pop in. Terry writes, as for drawing horses, Joe Staten hated drawing them, and football uniforms too. He had me redraw them in the inks anytime they were in the comic. I didn't know you worked with Joe Staten. That's awesome. LJ's got to go schedule chat. It's been great. Say hi to David from Illuminated Art. David, Illuminated Art says hi. Thanks. It's so nice to see you. I'll keep an eye out for your message via Patreon. Okay. I don't know if anyone's going to even see this thumb in the thing. again, this is going to be smaller than a pencil eraser. And so much of this meat that's here on the screen is going to gets connected with other objects, and so you'll never see any of it. But I just want the thing to connect enough so that whoever's 3D printing this thing is not, you know, that it genuinely has a grip on the thing. But I got to see a photograph from the model printer, the guy who is making a resin print of the Quimp model, and it looked great. I was concerned. There was, you know, he's got so much junk sticking out of him that it was. My worry was that it was going to fall apart, or there would be so many struts / supports required that the thing would not print. But holy cow, it looked good. I'm not thrilled with this. I think I want the thumb to come to a greater... I think when I just mushed it there, it lost some of its quality. Stars and moons on the hat look great. Wish I'd seen you create those. Oh, well, tell you what. Let me, I'm not going to give up on the hand just yet. Let me use the drag tool. While I remember, let me thin this thumb out a little bit and extend it a bit. So I'm just using the drag tool to mush it down and flatten it. I want to extend it. I swear I'm going to watch the beginning of The Secret of Nim a few more times and look at those hands at the beginning, those Nicodemus hands. I think it's Nicodemus. Those are the gold standard. But I'll show you the stars. Easy peasy. It's the easiest thing in the world to do. Once you back it. But I think I have. So the nail has gotten indented. I don't mind the indent. I love the indent when it's a glove. I love that kind of scalloped shape. But and I can always I'll put the dents back in, you know, like the creases of the finger and stuff. That's better. That's better. I might shorten the thumb a little bit too. And we're hitchhiking. Okay, so this is how I made those, Terry. If you look at the cuff of the wizard here, they are drawn in. And so everything that's drawn in on the mask level, that I draw these, it's tedious. So I stopped myself halfway through. Oh, and I can even show you, I think I kept that layer. Hat with star masks. How about that? Let me hide the other hat. And let me hide the stars, and let me bring that hat up. The reason why I created a second hat, I don't need any more, do I? I do not. I was thinking about drawing in the stitches that hold those stars in place. In the comic, you can see little lines because I want the hat to feel like those are felt stars that have been sewn onto it. I want his magic to feel very much homemade, DIY. And so the hat, those things are sewn on, and not sewn on particularly well. So one or two of these might peel off a little bit. I'm sorry, 3D printer people. So let me hide the stars and moons. And the other stars and moons. I don't know why I have two sets, but there we are. So this is what I drew. Those are masks drawn on this thing. And then I said, from that shape, extrude out a certain distance. So, that was my original stars and moons. I can chuck those. And so, boom. You have to really follow the form. It's really hard to draw on the shapes. You have to kind of move in and zoom in to try to make sure you're always looking at a thing in as flat a view as possible. So getting onto like the tip of the, like some of these stars that are on the tip of the hat were a little challenging to get in there in the crook of it. But even then, when you get in there and the crook of it's on, you know, because you're in the crook of the thing, no one's going to see it that well anyway. So that kind of covers your butt a little bit. And then even in the comic, I have the felt things kind of curve around the brim. I might put a little seam because it'll be easy. Now that I know how to paint these things in with masks, I might put a seam on, but who knows if that'll be visible to anybody. Oh, there is another spam bot. Let me see. Block user on YouTube. And add to block list in retrieve. Here we go. Sweet. And so I'll put in a couple of those stars on the cuff here, but I'm gonna hide. I gotta hide the staff. It gets in the way. So I go into mask mode. Use the smallest brush possible, which is a radius of 10. It doesn't get smaller than that. And then just eyeball stars and moons. Now this is something, if you had a stamp, might make sense to make a stamp of these and use the what do they call it? They call it the stamp. That's a very straightforward name. I'm not used to it. So I think I was watching Boba Fett, which we shall not talk about. Moratorium on talking about any streaming program until 1 month after the last episode. Then talk all you want. And we can't talk about any movies until they're on demand. Want to hear any Far From Home? You will get. I don't know how to block people, but I'll figure that out. Or was it No Way Home? Oh, come on. Okay, fine, David. You can talk. You can say whatever you want. David has a right to talk about anything he wants. But no, I saw someone else ban somebody. I felt Carla. What was it? Episode 7. There is of Star Wars. There's a twist. Can't really call anything J.J. Abrams does a twist. The whole thing's a spiral. So someone dies. A noteworthy character passes away, and there was a cartoonist who I love who mentioned it. It was like 2 months after the movie came out. I still hadn't seen it, and I was like, yeah, but it didn't ruin it for me because I knew, that again, it should be more about how it's told than what is told, I think. But still, I'd like to have some surprises. Thing is, I'll just end up seeing the movie and going, oh, that was predictable. I watched the first couple episodes of Vox Machina, and by episode 3 I feel like they've gotten the introductions out of the way. It's sort of like the first season of Parks and Recreation or the first season of Next Generation. You kind of have to find your footing. I think it takes them a little while to find their footing and get past the introductions. It's such a big ensemble cast. But there's a twist. And it's like, no, not really. I mean, something happened that wasn't patently obvious to the characters in the story, but I don't know if that qualifies as a twist. Okay, Dave, that's fine to talk about. I don't mind that so much. I did not... It was weird. I don't know who cloned all those layers. I don't know where in the story, but to see them all fly in over that, you've all seen that. So I don't think I'm spoiling anything by saying that, but it's, and just the sun's coming up and you just see, I don't know what a flock of Leahs is called. But wow, amazing. Laser eyes. I didn't think Jedis could do that, but I'm not steeped in the lore like some people. Force eyes, I think is what they're called. I'm sorry. Okay, well, I didn't want to say anything, but yes, David, technically, way to ruin it for some people. And I will say, Terry, when you're creating these shapes to extrude later on, just triple check to make sure they're full, because sometimes if they're not, a little couple of pixels, when it extrudes, it will leave like a little gully that can be a little there to fix. And because I thinking about the 3D printing folk, what I've done is the sleeve is actually a solid, which I will hollow out slightly, but not entirely. I just know that these hollow shapes feel bears for the 3D modelers to print. So I don't want it to be too much, but I still want the cape, the cuff to have some depth. And those clones were all made. We're talking about the clone army of Leia's. Which, if you've seen the latest episode of Boba Fett, it's just thick with Princess Leia clones. All very slow-moving scooters. I don't know why. I don't know. Weird directorial choice. I think that was Rodriguez. But those clones were all made by a short friend of Obi-Wan's. Oh, right. His little restaurant is an undercover quick clone facility for limb regeneration or child replacement. That explains all the Bacta tanks. That's why he knew so much about the Camino cloners, right? And this was explored in the series. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That makes so much sense. That Bacta is Bantha phlegm. I didn't know. I had no idea about that. I don't know if that counts as a spoiler, but the idea that there's so much Bantha mucus, but that it's regenerative. The whole scene of milking the Bantha fangs was just crazy. None of this is true. I really hope nobody thinks we're actually spoiling anything. I really hope. Or is it? Or is it true? And I've just given you you won't find out till you see the episode. And if it turns out in the next episode, actually, that if any of this turns out to be true, I swear we're not spoiling anything. Oh, I was trying to draw on it and it wasn't selected. Again, one of the best things about this program is it won't let you mess something up if it's not selected. But I will not draw all these stars and moons while folks are here on the line, because I just know this can be a bit dry. Sweet. All right. I've wondered in earnest if they'd retcon Ewoks and Jawas to be related. The original Bacta tanks were just getting inside a Bantha's mouth and being sucked on like a hard candy. Is that true? Well, I'm really happy with everything Jon Favreau is doing. He's like, between, I don't know, Disney owes him a lot and Marvel owes him a lot. Okay, enough of this stuff. But anyway, the process. I'm going to do this for each of the cuffs. Originally, when I was drawing Melvwyn, he was going to have stars all over his robes, stuff like that, but I limited to the cuffs and hat. And I'm very glad. I will try to make a stamp and see if that makes my life any easier, but you can't stamp, as far as I know, you can't stamp a mask. Maybe you can. But when you usually do a stamp tool, it will extrude as part of the process of, it'll take the original material and extrude out from it. I didn't want to do that with all these pieces, especially when you try to extrude a rounded corner. It doesn't handle it very well. Hey NPC, how are you? It's going excellently, and you're almost in time for the break where you get to see your artwork in the slideshow again. You owe John $37.50. He paid for a Snuggie when I lost my credit card and needed a blanket with sleeves. Huh, that makes sense. Don't look up stamp a mask on Earth. I think you've been drinking, but it's fantastic. Wait. Jimmy James used to have an Ewok? Alright. Okay, I still want to... I'm gonna look at this hand a bit more. It should taper out from the knuckle, like a big meaty bit. Not so... It shouldn't protrude out to the outside. It should be... That's better already. Well, you beautiful people. I'm going to take a quick break here. We get to, instead of it just being an on-screen bit of text, I recently put together a slideshow of some awesome guest art and fan art that has been done for the Middle Age, including great work by Max Powers Comics. Thank you so much, NPC. And I'm going to go make some coffee, and I will be right back. You are fantastic. Continue chatting amongst yourselves. If you can see each other if you're all on Twitch. Oh, I'm gonna get rid of one more YouTube spam bot. Guest art, you say? All right, I will be back. You all fantastic. I hope to be back in 5 minutes. And I'm back. Hello, lovely people. I just have time to make my coffee. I really like the curve of the hand. I like that it swoops back a little bit. Like it's got, I like that part of it. All right, so currently he's got kind of a Morticia thing happening with the base of his robe. I was thinking that with all the swoopiness and magical hoop-de-doo of the mustache and hair, that I want to extend some of that into the robes. So I don't know if the model's robes will be slightly different than the comics, like if I add a few more layers of like draped fabric in some way to kind of give it a little more flavor. But I also want to work on his shoes. I have a to-do list on this figure. Let me get to that. But I did redo the mustache for the 3rd time. It is much floofier. I was thinking about redoing the beard. Orco of you. Yeah, and so it's so nice. And there's a couple other pieces I need to do. One of the first pieces of fan art I ever got for the middle page was someone made a Lego sculpture, and it's the simplest thing in the world about Phosphene biting Quimp, which isn't in the story. It's just kind of a Elseworlds Lego sculpture. I have to include that. Can we talk about translating your work into Portuguese? Yes. If we can talk about it in English. Yeah, absolutely, Marcos. Yeah. I would love to. Would it work? Would any of my dumb jokes make sense in any other language? I've always thought that it would be like a horrible translation. But if someone can make it work, yeah, I'm all about that. I'd love to get more readers. I mean, the best thing about my comic right now, the most optimistic thing I can say about my comic is nobody's heard of it. Well, that's fantastic. Well, if you want to reach out to me, I don't know if you have my email address. I think you do. Or you can reach out to me through Patreon, through the message system there. I'll respond ASAP. But I'd love to figure out how to do that. Okay, where are we? Do I do the feet? I can work on these hands. Let's finish this grip on the staff, even if it gets a bit dry, because I know it's like noodling fingers. It's just, you really don't want to make that the sense that it's really grabbing the thing that has no mass. Drag small. Build up the finger a little bit, like divots formed as I was pulling the clay around. I can't wait to actually see the figure of Quimp and have it in my hand, because then I think it's going to change how I sculpt everything. Because there's always that talk about moving in. I used to, when I was drawing my original comics, my very first comic I did was called Avant-Garde. It's awful, but it was drawn in a vector program, freehand, which was an early competitor or similar concept to Illustrator. So it's all vector. It's all polygons and Bezier curves and shapes which are described mathematically, and you have simple tools to create these things. So I created thick and thin line work, but they were all really polygons. So what looked like a tapered line, a tapered single line, was a shape in the shape of a tapered line. So it was laborious, but I really liked the effect. And again, I had undo, which more than made up for any of the heartache, because I got to noodle the thing until I was happy with it. But I had to myself from zooming in past a certain point. Like 400% was pushing it, but 800% was maximum. Like I really had to go in there, because anything beyond that would never print. No one, it would be, I could put all the work in there, but no one would ever see it. There was just no way to share that in paper form, because the stuff was so small. So with this stuff, it's like apparently there's a you can, with some software, some 3D software have low poly mode, I think it's called, where everything is going to be limited to a certain amount of chunkiness, which would be fun, kind of like, you know, the extreme example would be Minecraft. But if there was a way to, you know, figure out an optimal mesh count for something that's going to be created at the 28mm D&D mini size, that would be awesome. Although I am thinking about the person who's making the resin miniature of the Sir Quimp figure also can print larger figures. And I'm going to look into getting a 3 or 4 inch figure made and see how that looks. And who knows, maybe that would be a Kickstarter reward. I don't mind that finger gripping the staff in a way that mushes the finger, because that's how fingers work. You know, it doesn't look wrong when the finger, as long as it doesn't pass what would be the bone inside the hand, that amount of overlap between the two things, he reads really well. Like, yeah, it could be I should soften the curve just as it hits the staff, but in the end the staff is going to be to look wooden with all sorts of notches and things taken out of it. So I don't want to get too caught up in exactly how the hand interacts with the staff just yet. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I'd love that. I would love that. I would love for more people to find out about my silly comic. And I was surprised. I haven't done a foreign language version of the Middle Age, but the book sells well in France. At least the Amazon version, the softcover does. And not gangsters, but, you know, better than I would have thought. But I think my style is not very American. All these things I tell myself, this is why I don't have sales, because my style's not American. This is how I sleep at night. Don't dissuade me. I'm a very European style. I'm huge. I'm very Hasselhoffian in my appeal. And I think I'm going to put in, once the figures are roughly in place, I'm going to put in like large gouges for like the knuckle seams. Nothing too literal, but not quite so beautiful as if you take a look at the again, the Weta Workshop Epic Mini line, their knuckles are done like this, and it just looks crazy, weird, wild, awesome. I love it so much. There's actually, I don't know, theirs make more sense. Those are genuine sculptors with talent. Okay, all right. Have I belabored that? Yes, I have. Let's get to here. I feel like that feels pretty good right now. I mean, it's a little lumpy, but ooh, that's a big mesh. That's mesh for what it is. The remesh feature, when you're sliding that slider around about how many facets the thing is going to have, the color of the word will change. You see the word resolution there? It's very small. It's on the line that's going to change. You see those horizontal lines? Once you go beyond a certain point, it goes yellow to red, basically saying, whoa, 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 whoa. You know, calm your jets. Like, whoa, 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 milk your banthas. I think that's the phrase the kids say. Oop. Undo. I don't hate that. This finger's all lumpy. You can see from the side there. So I think the plan after this figure will be for the baby dragons. Like I said, the main reason there is not because I really want it phosphonate, but the baby dragons will be a big part of that. Will be helping me understand how they're constructed. I feel like I'm still fumbling my way through my understanding of their anatomy in the comic. I have a few, I don't know, I have like 5 to 10 stock poses for their hands, their faces, their wings, things like that. And I think having a model, building the model will force me to reconcile a lot of those things. They show you like that Homer Simpson turn where it's like the face in the middle, like awful, but yet the toys look fine. So I think those drawings of the face where they look awful were before the toys were made. Something like that. I think this is going to help me out a lot. Thank goodness for this program. I love this damn thing. I had forgotten that I had dabbled with a 3D program before. 20 years ago, Infinity, which is, I think, one of the reasons why I very much love the gizmo and that I can do XYZ coordinates, because back in the day, Infinity created simple objects which you could do bump maps on and things like that. So I had a basic understanding of how these worked. So I go into this environment, I'm not completely lost. So at least I understood what 25 years ago what 3D modeling was, and then played around with Adobe Dimensions, which was their stab at 3D tools. But the program I used maybe 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, pre-pandemic. I think Maya had Sculptress was the program they had, and it was a ball of clay which had symmetry tools, and that was about the extent of it. I think I'm certain I put together a rough model of Quimp, and given that I had no idea what I was doing, and it was a desktop program, I don't think I had to use it on my laptop. I'm certain it wasn't iPad friendly. No, it was definitely on the desktop. And but I remember playing around with that a little bit, so there was some experience with it, but this is really this is so much better. And again, I'm on my iPad. I liked working with the pencil. I like every bit of this. And this program, if you're not familiar, is called Nomad Sculpt. There's a free version for Android devices, and the free versions got limited functionality. And James was saying that there might even be a browser. If you check out the website, there might be a browser version which does not have any save functions or anything like that, but you could probably experiment with how the tools work and see if it's something you like. I'm just trying to flatten some of the spaces between the knuckles a little bit and trying to make the knuckles rounder, or at least centered, because they're kind of like a little off center, and that when I was bending them and twisting them into all sorts of shapes, I kind of lost my way a bit. Okay, I think that's good enough. I might merge all these shapes together. I feel like that's as close to a grip that he's going to have. I like that the fingers are a little bit separated. That's a danger too. If you ever decide that you draw the fingers individually and then mesh them or merge them with the rest of the hand, if they butt up against each other, you're basically saying, I'm never going to separate these things again unless I'm going to slice them out by kind of going in and doing real surgery. If you can keep them separated at all, it will help you out if you find yourself going down some bad path. Jimmy James asks, which version of Phosphonate are you planning to sculpt? The humanoid form. I don't think... It'd be great to do the dragon-sized form, but I don't even know what scale that would be. Yeah, I think once I get the little Quimp Mini in, that might give me a sense of like, okay, is this thing going to be... Because the figures are following the 1-inch of D&D minis. So the idea is 1 inch is 5 feet in D&D terms. And so that's a grid that most people play their tabletop stuff on, presuming people will ever meet face to face again. But those who do, it's the 1 inch base is 5 feet. So if to scale, how big a figure would the dragon fossil have to be, and then what kind of shortcuts would I have to take in order to, because naturally I would want the wings to be at full extension and want the, to be in some sort of, amazing, terrifying, glorious pose, but no one would want to print that. It would become cost, and it would be impossible to afford to print it. Like, I couldn't find a vendor to do it. At that point we're making, at that point I'm a toy maker, and I got comics to draw. This is challenging enough, but this is good. This is I like this. This is a fine break away from the rest of it. Let me go ahead and merge these with the warning that if you ever merge these things together, what did I do with my thumb? I already merged my thumb in with the palm. That's great. Okay, we are one. I'm gonna rename that right hand because I go by camera view, not by not from the subject's point of view. And I'm gonna save. And while I'm doing that, I'm gonna sip coffee. I feel like this is coming together. Let me bring up that figure again, the reference figure, and let me show the disc. Platform, and it seems like we're getting a visit. Well, no. My creative consultant might be visiting. He's very finicky at the moment. But this was a figure from a game called Mage Knight. One of the wings is over there. But this was there's my creative consultant. But this was a figure from the game Mage Knight, and this has a lot of the problems with it that I would try to avoid. Technically, this is the front of the figure. How do I do this in a way that can be seen? This is the front of the figure, but because of the sculpt, they wanted to make it impressive. They have the head facing behind itself. So no, that's not good. If you're going to place it on the table, you want it to be facing the direction it's facing, I think. Especially this game had like attack arcs. I think this creature could attack from every angle, so it kind of it wasn't. But it's also the kind of figure that you can't place on your shelf, because it's like, okay, what are you looking at? You have to turn it behind it, so you basically got to show it. You got to look at the butt of the thing. Anyway, so it doesn't function that well. I mean, I guess from the side view, it's less terrible, but now it's in the shadow of its own wing. Anyway, it's an improved sculpture, but it has a lot of issues with how you show it. But I would love to. I think I could probably do a medium-sized model that could look like Phosphonate and not mess up the scale entirely. It'd be fun to do, though. It'd be a lot of fun to. So maybe a dragon is in order. I do have some monsters that I want to make, because one of the points of this is I'm trying to do I've been writing these kind of around everything else, writing 5e D&D rules, adaptations for how my universe would fit into 5e rules. Not really the universe, not talking about how my dragons are different from their dragons, and how my wizards are different than their wizards, and so on and so forth, but more like if you wanted to play Melvwyn, an Intoximancer, how would you play an Intoximancer inside D&D? And so do you create a subclass of wizard? And that's basically what I'm doing. We're creating a subclass of wizard that is based, your power goes up the more you drink. And that such a class doesn't exist already is kind of a real failing of the game, I think. Yeah, or there's a scene when Quimp and her are finally reunited. And Quimp's stuck with all those blades, and he realizes that having rescued her in his head, that he's fulfilled, spoilers, that he's fulfilled the requirements of it. And so it's this touching moment with the two of them together. Her scale and his scale seem fairly, like I would work with that. It's clear that there are other times where she seems larger than that, or some of the other dragons seem larger than that. That might be based on age. It might be based on just random genetics. Humans can vary in size so much from age, and just factors like full-grown size of a person can be so different person to person, that maybe dragons have a similar percentage range, where one dragon can be half the size of another one fully grown. But I'm excited. But I like those D&D rules just because, I like the game, and I think 5e. Apparently, I missed a lot of drama with some of the other iterations of the game that happened over the years, which I didn't play. But some of them were more like. Apparently, some were more like Warcraft. Some were more like other games. But I think 5e is fine, and I like the simplicity of the rules. Hopefully, I'm not blaspheming at the moment. I think that hand's fine. I'm going to put, again, age spots on it. And he has... I can do more of this. That forearm seems really short. I'm going to bring it down a little bit. Oh, I'm going to autosave, which means I get to drink more coffee. But if you don't know who I am, my name is Steve Conley. I'm a web cartoonist and have been for an awfully long time. You can read my webcomic, The Middle Age, at middleagecomic.com. It's also available on WEBTOONs and Tapas and GoComics. I love when this happens, when I get to just drag the arm down, and what it does is it forces the material to pile up into an elbow. And someone's going to be like, oh wow, how did you make that elbow? I'm like, accidentally is how I made it. Look at that elbow. I did that before with the Quimp figure. I'm like, wow, look, I'm just going to extend that arm, and look, I made an elbow. That must have taken you years to learn. I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, something David pointed out in his chat yesterday, which I think was quite appropriate, was that, I'm kind of... You didn't quite say... There's sort of a beginner's luck quality to what I've got going on here. The fact that I've never been a real sculptor, the fact that I've never used any of the other tools, that this is my native... this is now, my native language. That's kind of it can be an advantage, I think. Or it might explain why I'm having some luck. I'm pulling that up, so just want to pull that bit of arm up, not because he's got biceps, but because I want to justify the way the cape is, I'm sorry, the cuff is landing on his arm. And at the same time, I know that if I have it too close there, when that star extrudes, it could connect with the arm and cut into it, which would look weird. I don't mind when some of that happened with Quimp's figure, because it was chainmail hitting chainmail, and that looked fine. Oh. Any other thing, Terry, if you're still around there, one thing I would say would be just check after you do those kind of extrusions with like the stars and things like that. Just double check. I had finished the figure entirely and processed it and thought, okay, this thing is done. And then I realized that some of those chain links that I created on Quimp had. There's a. I gotta put a little wrist knuckle there. Some of the chains I'd done, they protruded outside past the shell of the glove, and at certain angles it became apparent. So there's a turntable mode in this, which is kind of hidden. If you go up into the Nomad Sculpt menu in the upper left, you can adjust the speed and the direction, negative, and then you can hit turntable and it will just rotate the figure. It picks a central axis somewhere on the thing. Usually it's around, I don't know, I think it must be taking a whole calculation of the full width of the thing and the geometry and rotate it around that. But I did this and I was able to go, oh, suddenly mistakes occur to me. Like from this angle, it just forces you to see things from angles you might not have noticed as you're working on the figure. Like eventually I've got to put his neck in. At first I thought, I'm still not sure. I might push everything back a bit. The whole head, mustache, hair, hat, all of it is going to tilt sideways a bit. Right now it's completely vertical because I was still taking advantage of a lot of the symmetry tools. Like let's say we're to bring in a sphere and or part of the face and then rotate it. Then you want to bring in something else like the hair and then work on that and rotate it. It'll be tough to match things up again, or if you rotate it then suddenly the mirroring might not work properly. So it just seems to be like if you can get away with something for as long as possible when you're using symmetry, or going to have to take symmetry into account, is to keep everything stock straight. Then when you're done, move it over and then you can do more manipulations to it. Or like me, make a copy, then move it over and make all your manipulations. But like right here, this is the neck, you can see inside the collar. The collar is something you maybe have only seen a handful of times in the comic. You almost always see just the front of the character. But I'm really happy with the way it falls to one side. There's kind of everything's a little off kilter, but one shoulder's raised. I love that. And got a little bit of a butt peeking out through the robes. Yeah, I'm really happy with how this thing's coming together. All right. So I feel like I'm okay with the hand. I feel like okay with the forearm for now. I won't merge those things together. I feel like that's not a pressing issue. Oh. I did some work on the arm, and you can see that sticking out past the edge of the sleeve. So I'm going to bring it in a little bit. Hide the cuff. Actually, I don't know why I have so much of the arm left. Arm still. Let me see if I solo view. No, it's not that much. But, backwards. Okay. Turn the cuff back on. It's the wrong cuff. I'm going to delete the old cuff. I need to clean this mess up. There's a lot of stuff going on here. Okay, so what do we do next? Did the mustache? It's fluffier. If I'm going to redo the beard, now might be the time. It doesn't, it's not really all that impressive compared to what so basically I stumbled onto how to do this while working on the beard. So I was working on the beard, I'm like, okay, let me just paint in some peaks and some valleys. I'm like, oh, this is coming together pretty well. I'm like, okay, I'm getting the hang of this thing. And then I did the hair. That is it. That's the gold standard now. And the mustache is still, I don't think it's as good as the hair. It's better than the previous one, which was way too Hercule Poirot. But I think I want to redo this. Oh, that's great, Terry. Terry says, still here, going back and forth between the laptop and helping my daughter make cupcakes. Her 10th birthday. We'll have to bail when her grandparents show up. That's awesome. Well, happy birthday. That's beautiful. I think cupcakes are always more important. I think. So I'm going to. I think I'm going to redo this beard. That's going to be the fun project right now. So let me just, as a cancel and save where we are right now. I'm going to create Melvwyn for Realsies 3. Then I'm going to delete lots of extra. So if you ever want to save a version of the file before you delete a ton of stuff, because you can always import the piece later on, what you can do is you can export the model as an STL or an OP or some other format, or you can export just the selected objects. So you can say, you could just select, I could just select Melvwyn's head and export just that because as a selection, and then re-import that later on. So if you have a file that has tons of pieces, like it could be this whole I don't know, just scattered pieces, and export individual ones needed. So with this new version saved, I feel a lot more comfortable deleting some of the previous robe pieces. I'm going to keep Quimp. I keep him document just for scale. I like having that reference. And also I have his shoe there for that same purpose. The right hand, this is the hand I started with for Melvwyn. I basically build the pieces. I only have the segments. I don't have the tips broken off as their own pieces. I just have the I don't know what do we call it. This will be a Letterkenny question, whether this is the third knuckle or the first knuckle. So I have the pieces there, but that I'm going to build the other hand using the same all pieces. So I built that first and then wrapped it as I needed around the staff. So I will keep that, of course. Right shoe I'll keep. Right sleeve with cuff mask. Do not need that. So originally the cuff that's around the sleeve, this sleeve here, this cuff was, at first I built the sleeve and then I drew a mask around the cuff and extruded that out. And so the cuff is the extrusion of the sleeve. And then I cut the sleeve down to have more of an interior shadow thing. So that's why, but I kept the original version just in case. Eyebrows 2. I think I wasn't sure where I was going, so I kept the backup copy. Don't know what that is. Mustache 2. Nope, I'm gonna get rid of it. I'm gonna trust myself. And this is now left hand because I'd since flipped the figure around. Okay, good. So now we have a new version of this thing. I'm going to save this Melvwyn for... I'm going to save this so I have my version up to date. And let's create a new beard. But I'm going to hide some pieces now, like the staff, which is in the way. Hide the hands. Beard, I'm going to drag to the bottom since that's what we're working on. And I'm going to hide it. Create create a new sphere, a primitive, which will become the basis of our beard. You can see our hero's masterful physique. Rotate it. Just gonna check to see if symmetry is on by putting some creases in. Yep, it's symmetrical. That's what I wanted to see. I'm gonna drag this thing out. I hope everybody's liking the new music. I picked up a whole new slate of music. I've got two basic tracks, or two selections. Sometimes it's music that is what's it inspired by? I think it was trying just going for mystical, magical stuff. Just kind of upbeat but quiet, and this one is mostly music based on like the Great British Baking Show. That most of it's from a single composer. I picked up the tracks from Envato Elements. I wanted to make sure I'm above board, taking care of respecting the rights of the creators and the composer. I like this. I think this was a nice. This is actually pretty good because it's kind of upbeat in a way. It's got some energy to it. Where I think sometimes in the middle of this process where I get all in my head, it needs the sound. It needs the energy. His beard's definitely. It's gonna explode. Let's try this without the mustache. Remesh this a bit lower. Kind of went overboard there. Turn the strength of the brush way high to smooth out some of it. I don't know if I should have started this with a I might still do that. If I start it with a tube, let's try that before I get too far with this thing. Start this over with the idea with it building this as a tube. I'm gonna go to the front view, select as, I don't know, the stars, just to get something out of the way. I'm gonna start the tube path, basically start it up between his eyes to his nose. His chin is kind of the widest point. I'm kind of picking the positions along the way to sculpt it just horizontally. I'm sorry, not horizontally. Looking straight on the figure. No character put into it just yet. So it starts to balloon out once we get to about the height of his lips, just below the mustache. Full width is like here. Keeps having some form there, and goes down a little bit, and by this time it's poking up. And now, if I were to rotate my view of the figure, the line work would stay exactly where it is. That tube path I've drawn would stay exactly where it is. It's quite annoying. But I see that green dot that's over one eyebrow? That always remains in kind of an orbit around the very first point you draw. I'm going to click that. And that creates the sphere. I turn it, again, we've talked about these tubes before. They can either have a consistent thickness the whole way through, or they can have 2 points where it can go from thick to thin, or it can have multiple points. And certain ones can have different thicknesses. So I'm going to go back to the default view to begin with. But now that I've hit that green dot, now it's a primitive. But now it exists in space. Until the paths don't. The paths are just dots in the middle and that aren't fixed to anything. But the second you hit that green button, it now exists in space and I can rotate it. But because the shape is still governed by that path, I can move the elements of the beard out. And you can delete a point. You can add a point by clicking anywhere on the path. And you can delete a point by dragging onto another one. The more you know. I decided to build the tube going well into the face of the character so there would be enough material that I could pull out the sideburns. Start with that. I'm going to validate that shape and increase the mesh. Smooth it out. Turn the symmetry on and see if it's working. Good. I'm going to drag pieces out to try to create the shape using that as a starting point. Cutting out the side of the thing with the back of it. Close enough for now. Side. I've got to clean everything up around the ears and use a big brush to try to pull down this beard so that it can be lips, but still feel like it's wrapping around his face, even though his face has kind of got not a lot going on right now. I'm going to use the Inflate Tool to try to fill in this area. I'm going to remesh it. this is set up way high, this flatten tool, so to really clean up this stuff. And so I'm gonna do a few passes like this, and it's never, you know, it's at some point, like as much as I try to flatten out those two pinpoints that are there, you know, it'll take forever. So I need just to go in and remesh it, and that will suddenly provide information that I can easily get rid of them. So whenever you hit a wall with trying to clean up something, trying to smooth something out, just remesh it. You don't have to add pixels, you don't have to add material. It's much more important that you just have you know, an even grid to work from instead of one that's been mushed to death. I'm going to bring his beard out a bit, so it's going to come down his cheekbones, and then avoid that line around his face. I'm also going to be selling this figure as an Abraham Lincoln for President's Day coming up. This might be a great time to order your Mustache Melvwyn as a Abraham Lincoln action figure. Yeah, 6:45. This is going great. I hope everyone's having a beautiful Thursday. Put the mustache back now. Right, I'm gonna hide the gown, the robes, just so I can see the face and work on that, focus on that. It still needs to protrude, like basically once it's straight, and then once it hits the mustache, poof out. So I'm gonna drag that material out. Then use Inflate to add some more material. And soften it. Inflate's one of my favorite of the tools in this thing. Solves a lot of problems, gives me a lot more material to work with. There's a really thick crevice going on from the tube, so I'm going to work on fixing that. See if I can fill up on that space. I don't need that cobblestone either. I can hide that. Okay. How do I get that out? I know what I'll do. I'm just going to carve it out. And then we'll add more. We'll use the Inflate Tool to add material back. Oh, time to drink coffee. Oh, I had symmetry on, so it took a notch out of the other side as well. I'd much rather have this gouge taken out of the thing than trying to convince that folded material to kind of unfold itself. So when you take a cut out of something, the mesh inside that area is way simplified. You see how it goes from being this really tight mesh to being that mess? So I'm immediately going to remesh it, and you see that that suddenly evens out the pattern, filling the area a lot. I'm just using the Inflate Tool. Do you see that lighter beige, I don't know, a richer beige color popping out of that? That is caused by bad math. Like the model's having problems. It's choking on its own math. Yeah, it's having problems. I'm gonna undo what I've done. I'm just gonna use the drag tool. After I remesh it, I'm gonna see if I can use the drag tool to smooth that out. Not awful. I'm gonna drag this out a bit more. Not bad. I think it's going along pretty well. Oh, man. How are we doing? 0 drop frames after nearly 3 hours, so yay for Ethernet cables. Okay, so I still think the beard could be more significant. Like it should stick out nearly as far as the hair. The hair should be largest of the bunch, but I'm gonna expand it. I'm just gonna stretch it out a little bit further. Nope. I'm gonna turn the symmetry back on. Symmetry does weird things when you have an asymmetrical shape, but it still can be handy. I think it looks good. I think the sideburns in particular, I think I like the way that the beard kind of tucks into underneath that swoop of hair. I don't know. I think the beard might have enough material for me to do what I want to do now. So like the mustache, I'm going to curve out scalloping kind of shapes around the edges of it. I'm going to smooth it one more time. No, that might be too much. Turn the robes back on so I can see it in context. think this is coming along pretty well. I'm gonna have to start carving into this now. I think it's not entirely. I think I got the bottom left is a little off. Bring that up a little bit. Smooth it out. I like the way the right side sits a bit better than the left. I think it's because this has kind of a edge to it. Slide it back a little if I can. I'm going to remesh it again just to basically reset all that stuff to make smoothing it easier. Alright, using this as a starting point, let's see if I can build this beard. Let's build a better beard. How do I feel about it? Not bad. I should have drawn the character straight on instead of this weird three-quarter view that's not helping anything. Okay, that's definitely enough material. With one side's got a little bit of a lump, but it's okay. Given the sleeves and everything else that's going to be happening, the asymmetry of the rest of the figure, that won't matter. But I will use this as the, and I'm going to duplicate that, hide the first one in case I mess up, and with the new one, rename it Beard. Aren't I clever? All right, now. Starting with the trim tool with symmetry. Yes, with symmetry. Let's start with symmetry. If it's a bad idea, we'll know soon. Making sure we're looking at it completely straight on. I'm going to start carving out the shapes. Symmetry was not turned on. Apparently saying the words by themselves and not clicking the button doesn't do the trick. So this is currently streaming to Twitch and YouTube, and just Twitch and YouTube. I'm not streaming to Facebook anymore unless it's something like a Kickstarter launch or something like that where I want to pester my aunts and uncles. I don't know, you know, that sort of thing. I think if I auto saving. I think if I want to not overstay my welcome on Facebook's algorithm, I'm just not going to stream there very often. I think it's a sort of thing where their system will reward you if you're not on very often. I think if you're on all the time, the system will be like, oh, we can take you it. We're clearly giving you what you want since you're here all the time. So I think if I play a little hard to get, I think the algorithms might treat me a little more nicely instead of hiding all my stuff. Especially to my own Facebook page. I've got a page for people who like the middle age, and I try to contact them, and Facebook's like, oh yeah, we'll let you talk to them for a price. Like they're holding them hostage. You'll give us money if you ever want to talk to your readers again. Yeah, I'd like to send my readers a note. What's it worth to you? Well, they signed up to be fans of my page. And they're like, well, they also signed up to be fans of Sprite. So don't get too fully, kid. In every scenario with dealing with a company, I'm still calling myself kid. Who you fooling there, kid? In every other scenario, I'm like, Grandpa. Hey, Grandpa, what are you doing? But when it comes to these corporations, I'm just like, out of place. Okay. I've shaved off some of that stuff. I don't think that is. I don't think that's helping. I'm doing all of that. All 5 moves. I think what I need to do is create the other way. I think I need to create the opposite effect. Symmetry's on again. Trim, looking at it front view. I'm just drawing on here as guides. And I'm going to slide the camera out. I'm going to trim, still with symmetry on, a little bit at an angle, but I'm going to try to cut in a little bit deeper. What did I say about trimming stuff? It automatically screws up the resolution, so I should always remesh. I didn't do it. There we go. Better. It'll smooth a lot more nicely by doing it this way. Isn't that better? Okay. We're getting there. Side view of the beard should be wispy. So I'm going to inflate a bit. Oh, it's being symmetrical still. I don't want that because the beard is all weird now. Going to remesh and smooth all that out. And I'm going to carve the wispiness into it. So, looking at my original drawing. Not that I'm beholden to it. I'll throw out my original drawing if I can figure out a way to make it look better. I did not overlap enough there. Oh, that's my mistake. I want to look at completely. I'm going to click on that box up in the corner that says right, and that will give me a completely right angle view of the thing. Whenever you're going to draw something long, like a particularly long path or a polygon or a long detailed trim mark or something, if you see that it's going to autosave, stop. Because as soon as it does its autosave, it'll interrupt the shape you're making. And then suddenly everything will freeze and then release once the saving's done, and it could mess everything up. So just stop where you stand and worry about it later. Remesh that again, and then go back with the smooth tool. I didn't think I was going to spend this evening working on redoing the beard that had been complete, but I think if all goes well, this will be better than the last one, and I will be infinitely happier with it. I'm going to remesh it one more time, clean up this splotch here. Much better. How do I feel about that tail with the beard? I do like the heft of it. It's almost like he's got a pillowcase on his belly. That's kind of cool. I'm going to bring this back just a little bit. I'm going to try to cut that one more time to get a better shape. So that spam is me. It says, my name is Steve Conley. I'm a web cartoonist. I am not a sculptor, but I've had some luck with some sculpts lately. And so I'm currently working on miniatures of my characters from my webcomic, The Middle Age. This is the Wizard Melvwyn the Magnificent. I had some luck with the previous. Let me see where we are. Bring him up. Came out pretty well, I think. And I'm now working on the other in this. So far, so good. Most of these have been created here on Twitch and on YouTube. I've been streaming to both platforms. So if you are watching on Twitch, you probably have maybe currently this material is archived 2 weeks, and on YouTube it's going to be archived until I delete it. I think it stays permanently archived. So check out past streams; they are available to watch, and you can catch this whole process. Skim through to the parts that are interesting. We hide our hero, Sir Quimp, and get back to working on his beard. Click the view just to see it from the side. Trim that bit out. Always remeshing after trimming. Especially, you don't have to remesh after every time you use the trim tool, but I recommend it certainly before you're gonna, if you're gonna then smooth out what you just modified. I like that shape mostly. I do like that it kind of dips down at the end. Try to inflate underneath it. Just have a little more material to work with. Oh, thanks so much, James. I really appreciate it. Have a beautiful night. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Yeah, I really appreciate the encouragement. I will be streaming next official stream will be Tuesday, 4 to 8. Might start a little late because of a cat vet appointment, but I'll be here at least until 8 o'clock. So hope to see you then. Have a great weekend. Okay, that's the basis of our beard. I'm going to go in there and add lots and lots of stuff. Let me turn on the other beard just for a moment to see how it looked by comparison. The other one was thicker, was floofier. I can't let this one be fluffy, so I'm going to increase its size a bit. And if in the end I prefer the other beard to this one, I'll stick with that one. Just so happened that during working on the previous, so I created the first beard, super happy with it, and then I created the hair and the mustache, and I like those so much better. And so I thought I'll just redo the beard to match. All right, let's duplicate this one more time, hide the original, compare it to the original beard, which still was chunkier. Alright, let's make this big old drag brush. Alright, now enough of this, let's get in. I'm using the Crease Tool. Again, Crease has a function of digging into the object. I'm hitting the sub button, which means it's going to draw on top of the object, creating peaks, not valleys. And this very small brush. Maybe not that small. Start with a stronger brush, maybe a little larger, right down the middle. I'm liking this a lot. What I'm doing is having these scalloped shapes, these kind of wavy, undulating shapes go around the perimeter of it. So I think it's going to give the beard a rounder, softer Might hopefully will feel more like a cloud. Occasionally I paint myself in a corner with one of the designs, so I just continue from a peak to another peak or from a valley to another valley, and that seems to do the trick. So I'm not going to do anything fancy with any kind of swoops or anything in the back of this. I'm definitely trying to watch out for any time that that one peak will in any way lower a nearby peak. That's kind of a good indicator that, whoa, I'm getting too close to these things. And the idea is just to draw these in, hopefully not hate them. Yeah, that one got way too close to the others, so I have to get rid of that one. I don't mind feeding off one of the other ones, but I'm gonna remesh. And the idea will be to go over each of these peaks with 2 passes and maybe 2 passes of a crease between them. So in each one of these peaks there will be a valley, and I'm going to push those. The idea as well is that each one of these peaks is going to dig into the model and build up the clay, or build up the shape build up the shape in a way that when it interacts with another shape, in this case the under the lip, that it will hopefully create a sense of loose hands, but being prettier than all that. I'm going to remesh. You can just see, every once in a while you can just see the model kind of fighting to not fall apart. Like what I did with the hair too is I make sure that when it gets to the point where I'm dealing with the point, that wispy bit, that I want to start my peaks from there. Because I think if all the peaks connect in that one point, then the whole thing will feel like it makes some more sense, maybe, kind of. And if I can continue a peak, again, the idea is that this came out of a pastry tube or a soft serve machine or something. Heavens. So what I didn't do is I didn't save a version of this before I started drawing all this stuff on. I think I would have liked to. So just in case, if there is an alternative version of it. Oh, it just did it. It just did a save. Well, I'm hoping that if I do think, oh gosh, I wish I had a unaltered version of this, a pure version of the beard before I went in and did all my tweaks, that I might be able to grab a version of it from somewhere. Because the only thought would be that should I make these patterns more tightly created? I don't know. I like the idea of it being chunky. I think it creates a cooler model. But there are sometimes I'm like, oh, should I have just gone in and gone nuts and just add so much more? Not sure about that spontaneous line that just appears out of nowhere. I like having them in places, but not when it's so center stage, because it could just call so much attention to itself. So I was using I used the smooth tool to get rid of one swoop I didn't like. Now I don't mind feeding off of this line. Maybe I do. Maybe I do mind. Maybe I'll feed off of this one. Nope, don't like that either. Because it's kind of an open space there. I don't like that. Recreate what I had on the other side, the scallop shape going around the back. Of the beard. Hopefully creating an effect like it's a ribbon. Oh boy, I don't know what that is. That's a weird shape. Is that on both sides? Nope. It's just here. I want to turn the flatten way, way, way up. See if I can eradicate that mess. Usually that comes from like a symmetry that you didn't know it. Oh, hey NPC, good to see you. Every time I see you are alive, I try to work alongside you. That's great. So you're, just so you know, you're helping other creators create. Oh, I love to hear that. Smooth this part out before I add those swoops. I do like them though. Just stumbled onto that. Continue part of the hairline, but go back. Save. Well, at first blush, I think this is going to make for a better beard for our wizard. and my next stream will be on Tuesday. It may start a little late because I've got a veterinary appointment with one of my cats. Time for a checkup. It's been 1 year since he had some surgery, so fingers crossed everything checks out perfectly. Put a little swoop on the end of this stalk. Nope, didn't work. Not enough space there for it, I think. I think it needs to be kind of a thinner. But I'm super happy with all this modeling, and the reaction to the Sir Quimp model has been fantastic. I got a new Patreon supporter today. I don't know if that was related to the model or not. I'm going to reach out and ask. Be good to know if that's interesting to people. Steve, I need the name for a magic user character. Would you like the honors of naming a magic user character? The names I come up with tend to be really dumb. I mean, but that's kind of what I'm going for. I'm leaning into my lack of strength. Where are we? Let's do all that, and it's just going to be roughly exactly the same. I don't know if I should have made it tight. No, I'm not going to make it tighter, because if it's a tighter pattern, it's just going to start looking like a brain. The honor of naming, the dumber, the better. Oh boy, I do not know. Is this for your story, or for like a D&D game, or like you're rolling up a new Warcraft Warlock or something? To me, the name has a lot to do with the character. Even when I'm coming with D&D names, it's like it's got to be based on something original, like Blue Cane from Max Powers. Tell me about the character. I bet the more you tell me about the character, a name will present itself. As you know, I'm a fan of characters with very short names. The captain of the enemy's ranks. Ooh, so a magical captain. Soften this with a big brush. Just gently soften it. And remesh the whole thing. Someone who is misunderstood, a rebel, captain of the ranks. Gotcha, so he was a captain of the enemy, and he switched sides to the sides of Max. Okay, I'm gonna add this. I'm gonna go in and reinforce all these creases. I can't really decide if this is better than the previous. Come on, autosave. I can't tell if this is better than the previous version until you know, I've built this thing up. I'll see you in 15. Put these creases in between the valleys. So I've created these peaks. I'm gonna remesh it. Up on the mesh. I think I just need more data in here to work with. I gotta get those lines to line up gently. It's creating an optical illusion. It's getting harder to understand what I'm looking at. Smooth this out. Not happy with that bit right there. So, if you're new to the channel, hello. I'm not sure if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch. My name is Steve Conley. I'm a web cartoonist and have been for a very, very long time. My webcomic is called The Middle Age. It is free to read online. It is a silly fantasy comedy adventure about a knight who is in love with a dragon and who has a cursed sword which hates him. Sir Quimp has the Woeblade Maledicta, which is cursed, and its curse is that it is stuck with him. The story's been going on for about 5 years, a little over 5 years now. It has miraculously received mentions in the Eisner Awards and the Ringo Awards and even the National Cartoonist Society. I just have to assume it's been a slow year for other people because I'm shocked that you know, my silly project's getting any attention, but it's awesome that it is. But if it's sort of like someone described it as it's Princess Bride meets, what do they say? Princess Bride meets Monty Python. I'm like, that's pretty much the nicest thing you could say to me. That speaks to me greatly. And I've got a couple of lucky Kickstarters so far. The response has been very kind. which has resulted in 2 collections so far, with the 3rd one this year. The 3rd one will be coming up later this year. The 274th episode just posted Monday. And I'm currently working on sculpting miniatures of the characters from the story. I'm very new to sculpting. I was trying to find a sculptor who would for me. I didn't have any luck, and then YouTube just showed me this program, like hey, you should, I don't know, like the algorithm decided that a tutorial in this mesh program would be handy. And this is called Nomad Sculpt. It's on the iOS. I'm working on an iPad at the moment. Using an Apple Pencil. And I'm slowly getting the hang of it. I've been working with this program for, I don't know, 3 weeks or so. I don't have much 3D experience at all. The last thing I used with any regularity was like Specular Infinity, like 25 years ago. Maybe Adobe Dimensions. So what I'm saying is this is a program that is novice friendly. It does help that I know the characters pretty well. Not a fan of this little delta that's formed in the middle there. Tweak that. How am I going to fix that? Maybe the down improving this whole thing. It's kind of like, I'll wing it. Let's see what happens. So I got a peak there, I got a peak there. This is kind of a gully. Too small a circle. We don't have a lot. We don't have much that size anywhere. That might be way too small unless I find another place to put more things like that. Well, that curve bothers me less. But if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, please consider ringing the bell, clicking the like button, hitting the follow button. Any of that stuff. Jump through the flaming hoops. All that stuff helps more people find me and really just encourages more poor behavior like what I'm doing here. There's other things I could be doing. funny, some of these swoops are blurry simply because I've softened them. So they're like melted, but because of the angle, it looks like it's almost out of focus, like it's too close to the camera or too far away from the camera. That's not the case. It's just been blurred by me softening it up, so it creates that weird visual. I keep trying to get it in focus. My eyes are like yelling at me. The peaks are actually kind of forgiving if you get close to the original one, to the prior peak. It will superimpose itself. It'll basically take over for the one before. So it works out pretty well. Not as complicated as I would have feared it was to use. Smoothing that out to create something hopefully better. That could be a lot better. I'm gonna put like one of those spirals right there. Remesh. Give me more to work with. This mesh is already super complicated, but remesh again and drink more coffee. And another swoop on this side. kind of want the whole thing to end in a swoop point. Can't remember what the old beard. I don't know if it was any better or worse. I do have it on the. I do still have it in the document. I kind of don't want to look at it just yet. Okay, I think it's coming along. I think. That's an indent. We'll do another remesh. Am I still going to add a little something coming out of the beard? I don't know. I think I am. I think I might. Also wasn't sure if I was going to add something on the ground, because so far it's just going to be him standing there, and it's not. I don't think that's necessarily the best use of the space. I'm definitely going to add something to the environment for Bottom and the baby dragons. Also because they're just such small figures. They kind of deserve a little extra something. Oh, it's going to start to save. Oh boy. So this wizard's name is Melvwyn the Magnificent. We've established in the story that Merlin is his half-brother. But they weren't always half-brother. They weren't always half-brothers. They had a magic fight. So now they're half-brothers. And that's precisely the dumb writing I have in my story. I don't think that makes any sense, but it'd be great if you can get him to hover, perhaps by adding a rock, his staff, as part of his hem to support the parts of him that are off the platform. That's a cute idea. I might save that for Bob, because I started hovering recently. I mean, I'm fairly motionless. He just appeared sometimes, but maybe I'll save the floating bit for Bob. I feel like it needs some more swoops, like right out of the gate, or like right here on the side, although I really love the flowing quality of that. So that's the bar so far. I reserve the right to start over on this one more time. It's like the swoops are very much at the bottom of the thing. Kind of looks like a beehive, like a schmancy beehive. Let's take a look at the other one. Yeah, I don't like that one much anymore. Can you say what the smoke curling figure that was laughing as Quimp first followed Bob about? The idea there was that the starts off with the notion that it's going to be this joke about mimicking the directional signs, and so you meet Bob, that he points in as many directions as there are directions on the sign. Simple enough gag, like arrows pointing in 10 directions, which way should you go, and 10 arms come out pointing in 10 different directions. And the sword says, let's kill it. And Quimp says, no. Again, we're just kind of exploring the initial take on the characters where the sword is like, let's kill everything just to be safe, just to be sure, and because it's bloodthirsty. And Quimp being like, no, let's not kill everything. And then as Quimp turns, Bob just kind of vanishes. He kind of wisps away in a puff of purple smoke and just giggles. And I think he does the same thing when they meet up later on, and Quimp learns additional information from us. Okay, so here are the two beards right now. I can show them side by side, can't I? And just move them later. Beard number 1. We're going to look at the front. We're going to slide them off to the side. We're going to view them. Who wore it better? I kind of like the shape of the first one better. The overall shape. Like the weight of it, it feels more like a beard. It doesn't feel like a beehive hairdo that's coming off the bottom of Melvwyn's face. I think what I'm going to do is abandon the new one, even though we spent the time working on this. But live and learn. That means the next one will be better. I will get rid of the new one. I will take the first one and I will smooth the whole thing out. So turning it back into a rough shape of roughly what it is right in this condition, because I do like that shape. And having it in that shape, I will then go back and add intricate swirls. Intricate swirls. To match the style of the hair and the mustache. I feel like the other beard, just the shape is wrong. And that's my answer, and I'm sticking to it. And it is 8 o'clock. You lovely people, you are fantastic. I see that there are folks on the Twitch and the YouTubes. I am not yet capable of doing things such as raiding other people and other lovely things like that. Not that there's that many people. Thank you all so much for being here. You are all fantastic. LJ, so nice to see you again. Again, please like, subscribe, hit the button, light things up. We'll send you a hair concept URL once I find you. You're great. Thanks, LJ. I feel like this is really close. I really like this balance, and I lost it when I did that new take. I was so excited about getting into the curls and all that stuff that I kind of lost my way. But that's what, everyone's going to see the final one and go, oh wow, how did you do that? Hours and hours of mistakes were thrown out. Apart from this stream, people never see all the mistakes. Thanks, Marcos. So nice to see you. Staff and candle. Where are we? Right arm, right sleeve, right cuff, right hand. Let's turn the platform back on. Cobblestone platform. Let's bring his buddy Quimp back into the picture. Overall, I feel like this is going to be an excellent model. I think the hair geometry right now is solid. I feel like that's really good. I feel like that level of detail, that level of ornament is what I want on the beard. But I do think it needs to have more of a flowing quality. I think it has to be like a waterfall where it travels a distance and then swirls, and then travels and swirls. Not tight-knit spools the whole way. But I'm a total amateur at this. I don't know what I'm doing. I appreciate you all being here for it. I hope you picked up some tips. Please do consider picking up this Nomad Sculpt thing. It is a ton of fun. Give everyone one last look at Melvwyn's butt. Yeah, thank you all so much for being here. Have a beautiful day. I'll see everybody on the next scheduled stream, which is Tuesday. It may start a little late because of that veterinary appointment, but I hope to see everybody on Tuesday. Have a beautiful weekend. Look for a new episode of The Middle Age early next week. I'm going to get work on that right now. Good night. Oh, and I'm going to get to delete one more YouTube spammy bit right before I go. Oh, that feels good. And do not forget the translation. Absolutely. Absolutely, Marcus. I'll keep an eye out for a message from you via the Patreon. All right, everyone. Next episode of The Middle Age. And the next episode of this stream will be Tuesday. So all the episodes. So the next stream will be Tuesday, and the next episode of The Middle Age should be Monday. If I hit my deadlines. I think I am. All right, lovely people. Have a great night. Where are we? Thanks for watching.